What do you do, and how do you do it with regards to our collective response to such an issue? And so that's happening October 17th. I'm pleading with you to come hang out with us. It's for free. We are covering it. There's no admissions, right? If you have the desire to contribute, you will be given an opportunity that night to contribute directly to the All People Free organization and help with the cause. But the tickets are absolutely free. We want every eyeball on this film in Jersey City, Hudson County, and beyond.
It is about education. It needs a tons of education in this topic, and that's why we did the film. And you know, I'm gonna say my famous line: "To be continued."
To be continued,
To be
baby.
continued tonight. After we finish the podcast here, the live interviews at 9:02, it'll be an incredible opportunity. A lot of stuff happening there, including the films. And October 17 at 7 p.m. we open the doors at Seed Line. And Isa, this is a gift for you.
Thank you, man. I feel honored.
You know, the other ones you have to buy. You have to show
I'll
up
pay.
tonight.
Don't worry, I'll
you know,
pay.
by
But
the way,
this,
by
I'm
the
going
way,
to put this in a very special place in my office.
by
to
the
remember.
way, by the way, the procedures of the can going 100% to the All People Free cause.
That's amazing.
Okay, is a full
and
donation.
shout out to the people that put this together, man.
This is Liberty Art District
the Liberty
in
Art
partnership with 902 Brewery.
902 Brewery, man. This is amazing. Thank you guys. You're innovative. You're so smart, guys. Like this whole district is amazing. Thank you for embracing this and making such a cool way to have a conversation about modern slavery. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Thank
for
you,
coming,
Duda.
man. Appreciate it.
Love you, man.
To be continued.
All right.
All right. the city, celebrating art today, tomorrow. But I'm really hanging out with friends, and what I can say? Before we say anything, I think we should do a toast, right? Here you go. Give it. Cheers.
Cheers.
So this is what we're gonna do this evening. Check this out. See the camera? Check this out. We launching our official beer at 902, the Liber Art District beer. Okay, this is just a beginning. This neighborhood is not just about celebrating art; it's celebrating experiences, food, friendship, community. And everybody was a neighborhood and create incredible experiences. So I'm here with Don and Dan, two great friends. They are helping with this incredible project. They're part of the committee, and we're about to launch this stuff. So before we say anything, would you guys please introduce yourselves a little bit? Start with you, Don.
Downvote 902 Brewing. Been in the neighborhood going on more than 8-9 years now. We started doing development in the neighborhood about 9 years ago.
I'm Dan Basso with Dianor Studios. Got our OC in August of 2021. And the end of this block here, which is kind of the cornerstone, I guess, of the Liberty Arts District, we opened a motion picture and television film studio.
Dan, you're very serious, man. I know I heard that you like singing. Is that true?
I'm a big singer. Solo, you can't hear me.
Please,
That's
please make that happen.
That's why you came. That's why you came to Jersey City, right?
That's
the underground movement.
I had another career I was looking towards.
Hey, listen, it's a great pleasure to get to know you guys. You guys are incredible guys, and and each one doing something very interesting, very powerful. I think, Don, I actually love craft beer. I met your beer before I met you. That's my story. I was driving around the neighborhood. I've been around the block for more than 20 years, Jersey City. I'm from Brazil, and I moved here. It'll be 30 years in the U.S. now. 3 more years probably in the U.S. than Brazil, 3-4 years. And, the quality of craft beer then I found in 902 was amazing. So I think about 2 years or 3 years ago is when I stopped. And one of the things that caught my eyes, firstly, the location, the place, but I saw this can then had art. And I'm like, those guys are up to something. And this is like almost 3 years ago. And here, after 2-3 years, we're here now doing this amazing thing called the Liber Art District. Can you just talk about what's important for you? Why do you want to be connected to that?
Yeah, so before we even got to the Liberty Art District, this neighborhood all worked together. When we started our building on our property, we had to go in front of the planning board, redevelopment board, and 2 good friends of ours in the district, Kevin O'Leary's, Harry's daughter, Rhea and Alistair, stepped up and came over there and told the development board, we want 902 in our neighborhood. And this happened 8 years ago. So this neighborhood has always worked together as a whole and bring this neighborhood together. A couple years ago, we were talking about with the art, Must Art came to us. We did the Art on Tap series with him, Forsaken, Clarence Rich, and a couple other artists we did at that time. So we're trying to bring music, art, food, anything we could bring to the neighborhood, to this neighborhood that needs something going on in it.
It's interesting because all the artists you mentioned, I served for 10 years in the JC Map board, and I approved the murals, and, I got to know them. But as I'm working with the citywide perspective, I just didn't know they were around this neighborhood. Jersey City is the second biggest city in the state, right?
I think it's number 1.
Yeah, maybe number 1. Okay, yeah. We are here, so we say we're number one.
We're always
but
number 1.
yeah, I'm not sure. But the point is there's a lot of diversity. It's a huge city. and there's a lot going on. But for me, I feel this is the last sort of underground outpost to create incredible experiences. So, Dan, I want to know a little more about your story. How did you came to Disney? I know you're from California Dreams, California, the famous state,
Just
what
go
I'm
singing
saying?
again.
Everybody who comes to the U.S. gotta go to New York, but they gotta stop in California. The coolest people in America is in California. Oh, our friend just, Robert Redford, one of
passed.
my
Yeah.
heroes in the film industry, just passed, and he's, they putting a lot of stuff about him recently and talking about growing up in California.
No, I mean, I didn't grow up in California, actually. I grew up in Chicago and moved to California when I was 22. But before I get into that, I do want to say it was a kind of a transition, what you were saying about art in the neighborhood. When we first moved into the property that we're at now, 21 Caven Point Avenue, I wanted to be in touch with the kind of arts part of it, and I was looking for a mural to be done on our front wall. And so I thought it was important that where you said you worked with all these different artists that were on the label of Donnie's beer. Well, when I got to talk to you when we initially were talking, and I told you, did you know that we had a mural from JC Map, that program that you had mentioned, on the front of our wall, 20-foot by 150-foot mural by Bo Stanton? And you said, yeah, I approve that. I think there was, aside from you being a cool guy, there was that instant connection where I was like, they approved something. Here's two people that took a few years to meet, and we did at Donnie's place. So if that doesn't say community, I don't know what doesn't speak of
Just to
community.
clarify that, I improved by myself. I was in the committee. I was one of the guys.
So
that
they're going to
approved.
remove it one of these days?
No.
Okay, good.
No, one of
Good.
the guys didn't approve that, but I just love that Cinelise came in. Is a force to the neighborhood, actually a force in the film industry. You can talk a little bit more about that, but you decided to put the mural there.
We thought it was
It's
important.
a special touch
Yeah,
to it.
we thought it was
I appreciate
important.
that.
It was nothing more than that. I wanted, so the mural is really a history of early film in New Jersey. Filmmaking started in New Jersey with the first studio, the Black Mariah from Edison. And so what we have at our facility is the first and largest purpose-built sound stages in the state since Edison did it, and that's still a true statement to this day. Now, going back to your question, where I came from, born and raised suburbs of Chicago, moved to LA in 1992. I was 22, and was not even in the film industry. I was doing something completely different, and
Play the drums.
I did. I was in a band in Chicago and all
See
that.
what I'm talking about? He wants to sing.
But what?
They made sure he didn't sing that at that time.
Yeah, no, never.
They were picking on him, bro.
Yeah,
now
that's
he
all right.
sings here in Jersey
He's
City,
okay.
man.
And my voice ain't that bad, really. You just got to drink more. No, it was a long road coming. I was at the first company once I got into the industry, and the lighting side coming from Miami. So those are kind of where Amir came from, right? And that these are all. We all crossed paths somewhere down the road, even though we haven't met before. And that's what again, those meeting places were at Donnie's place. But no, I ended up in New Jersey to manage this film studio. And our first show, Wild and Out, season 17, they started September 1st, 2021, and we've been hopping ever since. Strikes and that sort of thing, in between it. But again, we've been busy, fortunately, and we continue to be. It's something to say about the state and the incentive, the film incentive, but We've got this great facility. We're in Jersey City. There's no better location to be in from a filmmaker's perspective because you have a lot of crew that come from New York, whether it's the boroughs or New York City in general. You've got a ton of crew that live in New Jersey. And basically all I wanted to do was once, aside from the client services aspect, was to be a good patron and a good neighbor. And you know, by being on the committee for the Liberty Arts District, it helps me fulfill, even if it's an internal want and need, it helps me fulfill that.
I appreciate that, man. I thank you again. Thank you for allowing me to come and have a tour at the Cinelli studio. I love it. You gave me the full tour. One of the things I was talking to Isa, he was just my friend. We just had a chit chat before you guys, and I was telling them, coming from Brazil, one of the things is amazing is how the film industry in the U.S. is huge, and obviously producing all kinds of different things, right? Good, bad, and everything between. But it's producing, it's creating an industry, you know, then it's creating jobs and creating opportunity, and it feels like then New Jersey is gonna become an important hub to that.
It already has. We've seen the uptick over the last couple of years in film production in the state. You know, a lot of that film production is going to center around Hudson County and the county where Newark is. Again, just given its proximity to Manhattan. But no, it is. It will be. It's, like I said, the incentive is great. They re-upped it. It's going till 2049. So it's there's a commitment from the current governor, and talking to the prospective gubernatorial nominees, both Mikey and Jack, their thumbs up on the film incentive. So that gives us clarity and kind of we understand that it's an important part of what they're going to push to. So I'm feel very comfortable with that and happy.
Did Hudson County do something recently with Rosa and Craig and all those do something in the county as well?
Speak here now.
Well, I don't know. Are you referring to the expo?
Yeah, the expo and
So that was Screen Alliance in New Jersey, which Cinelli Studios co-founded. Was a trade association for not about. It wasn't about just having a trade association, and it wasn't about just having an incentive and pushing that. It was about making sure that incentive and our state legislators keep it thriving, not just alive, but thriving. A thriving film incentive then will push productions to the state, and it allows those productions that are doing filmmaking, television, film, indie, doesn't matter, commercials, keeps the business in the state, keeps the people in the state working, and then pushes in-state spend, inter-community spend into the cities of where those things are being filmed. And the Film Commission in New Jersey keeps the numbers on that, and it constantly is each year after year they better themselves from the previous year.
You know, I gotta say, I had the privilege to attend this first event
New Jersey
that we
Film
did.
Expo.
Yeah, and it was incredible. I think you guys did a great job in organizing.
Thank you.
You guys had fantastic beer that day too, and fantastic pizza.
Again, that's a community
You know,
thing, right?
Yeah. The food trucks in the front was amazing. One of the things I love it's always good to attend those things like that because you hear all these people's perspectives. And one of the things I never thought about it, they're like, we finding through the weather, the season of weather in New Jersey, all the different possibilities to film. And not only that, we find all these different kinds of neighborhoods and things, then we can do so much filming in New Jersey. And I never thought about that. When you think about the film industry, you're just thinking about New York. But the reality, we right next to each other is like, we talk so much about Brooklyn, But in reality, Jersey City is closer to Manhattan World Trade Center than Brooklyn. Brooklyn is much more far out.
No, you're exactly right. And I think, when a production goes on location, that location is the secondary actor. That's why so many people so many productions like to go film in New York or Manhattan. And Manhattan's, you can't beat that landscape. But to your statement about more and more filming in New Jersey, well, in New Jersey, in a couple hours, you could be at a beach, you could be at a mountain, you could have a cityscape, you could have urban, you could have farms. I mean, it's kind of everything. And when a production comes to a state or has ideas of a location, very rarely are they only shooting cityscapes and that sort of thing. A good point to make to your comment was that Bob Dylan movie that filmed here. I mean, they shut down Jersey Avenue, 3 blocks of it.
And the diner about New Jersey University.
Yeah, and that doubled for, I believe, neighborhood in Chelsea. So it's whatever the filmmaker's vision is. I think it's important that New Jersey can mimic many of the cities around the country, or hell, around the world,
the next film they're producing, right? They're gonna use Cinellis and everybody. It's called Liberty Art District and 902. Production by Cinellis. That's what's happening, man.
Oh, really? Is someone gonna tell me about that, or?
Okay, let me
We
ask
gotta raise some
something.
more money then. We gotta raise more district then.
Yeah, we're epic films, and Andrew, it's all happening, But let me ask something. How did you guys meet? Because I remember going to 902. The 902 is like really a community hub, bro. You want to meet the people of Jersey City, or the county. Everybody passes through 902, man. What is it? Is that beer that people like? What is it?
It's
the
beer,
rooftop?
It's the people in the
What's
neighborhood.
going on?
It's the
Very nice
people,
bathrooms.
The
The best bathrooms in Jersey City?
No, we don't have the best bathrooms. No,
Okay,
the best bathrooms in Jersey City at the Grapevine Tavern on 5 Corners. They're the best bathrooms in Jersey City.
There you go.
But we do have the best beer, right?
I said we get the best beer. I think we do definitely have the best beer in Jersey City.
But so many, just not cool people, so many people from the county, politicians, people from the underground scene, everybody goes there.
I think that's part of Donnie and the people that that circle of trust are all Jersey City people, right? So it's a long history of Jersey City. I'm not from Jersey City. And so it was just dumb luck meeting, Kevin Hennessy from O'Leary's and Don from 902. It's that Bermuda Triangle from O'Leary's to the studio to 902. And to answer your question about how we met, Donnie's partner, Colby, had sent an email to our general email box, which lands in Atlanta somewhere, and then it got forwarded to me. And so it was just, hey, I noticed, welcome to the neighborhood, that sort of thing. So I went over to 902 a couple of times, and I missed when they were opening, but I went there asking for Colby, and Don happened to be there. And I think I went there at about 4 or 5 in the evening, and I don't think I got home until probably 1 o'clock in the morning. And where did we go?
I don't know anything about that.
We had great conversation. It was a Wednesday.
10 p.m.
It was a Wednesday, and we had great conversation at the brewery, and then we went over to Alistair's and Ria's at Harry's Daughter. So again, it's about where we started, where we ended up, and what we're still doing to this day is with community first, community in mind.
This neighborhood has amazing things. You have the grind, a fantastic coffee, super artsy, great environment. You have Harry's Daughter, amazing, great quality restaurant with great design. Then O'Leary's has the best burger in Jersey City, bro. Every time I go over there, hey, give me the burger again. What do you want? I need the burger. I just went there last night and I had the burger.
So you like the burger?
Well, it's a fantastic. Look,
Yeah.
The fries are good too.
I grew up in Brazil. I grew up eating meat. Okay, every Sunday was a barbecue. So we talk about meat, and it's a great burger. The way they cook and everything fresh is amazing.
And it's a great environment there too, right?
True, true, true. A lot of cool people comes. It's like an underground pub thing, and I think the Liber Art District has the quality then and the atmosphere. Then you can have all this. I'll say different tribes commingle. Want to do something, spray graffiti, boom, down here at 9, right here in our location. Right, you wanna have a great beer here. You wanna have great restaurant, coffees, everything around this block. It's still, I would say, the last outpost of those possibilities.
Last frontier.
The last frontier.
This is the last
Yes.
frontier, Jersey City, Hudson County. So it's the last frontier we have over here.
I agree. Don, tell us what's going on. The thing about I found you as a working you guys. I don't like Dan, but
Cheers to that.
you're a great guy, bro. You're a great guy because you're also Italian. I'm Brazilian. No, I'm kidding.
That's why you joined our Italian
That's
club.
what I did. That's what I
you know.
did. That was Italian. That was Italian connection, if you know what I mean. But the thing is, like, the more I got to know you, Don, you are such a community guy, bro. There's like, you have a gallery there for art, right? You have the rooftop for special kind of VIP possibilities. You have like bands, music. I mean, it's really, really what you create there. I think was the best like hubs here in this neighborhood, man. Congrats, and it's being really, really a pleasure. Tell us a little more about what's gonna happen this evening.
Tonight we're going to have a little music, DJs. We'll have, I think, 3 short films tonight.
Yeah, it's interesting because Dan just mentioned that. We have actually a selection tonight. Jane Stewart is my friend, and she is the director of the Thomas Edison Film Festival, where film started right here in New Jersey, and they left to California. So we do have a selection of films happening tonight.
And we're going to be releasing the Liberty Art District beer. But on top of that, we'll be releasing, what do we do, 8 artists beers for 8 artists as well.
Yes, we're gonna be announcing that. Today is just a teaser. The real launch of the artists are gonna be in October 23rd, 4th.
Ribbon cutting for the Liberty Art District as well. So at 9:02.
That's amazing, man. What do you say, Dan?
I think it's killer. No, you got to have a place for the community to come and enjoy themselves. I think it's a good mingling of, like, a film studio. I can't open my doors to everybody, right? The reason they come to a studio because it's a controlled environment. But what's going to happen tonight, in honor of the JCast and the Liberty Arts District, is you need a place that can be a home for and a host for all that, and the films being done, the beers being poured, the people telling stories, the music, all that stuff. Again, that kind of engraves what we're trying to do in the community. Donnie, as a proprietor at 902, is no different, right? So it's cool. It'll be cool.
Yeah, we're speaking right here live from Liber Art District. JCast weekend is happening tonight. Tomorrow there's more stuff, but tonight at 902, we have an incredible celebration. We're launching this beer. Amir, that part of our community, designed this amazing. This can is like a can that is splashed, exploded, and it plash.
Cool.
Right? It's everywhere on the wall, and it's here in the can. It's amazing. Everything that we're doing is such a high quality and serves all the standards of artistic craft. So, guys, I really appreciate you guys. Are good friends, great people, man. Continue to be yourselves. Hey, Dan, don't give up on the dream. Keep singing, man.
I'm gonna do a little tune right now. No.
You ready to
Get out
sing?
here.
I'm out. I'm out.
It's the closing title.
Come,
No.
listen, to be continue tonight after 6 p.m. and 9:02.
That's where we'll
And
sing.
no karaoke.
No karaoke. It's real good musicians, okay? So show
Thank
up,
you, Duda.
please.
Thank you, dude.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Hey, we live right here at the Liberty Art District with Culture Shift with Duda Penteado, the Artivist. And today I have a special guest, Tris, which is one of the last, I guess, I'll let you introduce yourself, but that's my introduction about you. One of the last, writers about art in the culture of Jersey City, I guess. Is that true? Nah? And I'm exaggerating?
I don't think anyone is writing like I'm writing because I am writing all the time. So I have a website called iLevel that I got a grant from the Andy Warhol Arts Writers Foundation
Oh
to do
my
this
God,
website.
I love that.
Yeah, and the website, and it allowed me to make something called iLevel. And I've covered at least once a week, I've done a review of an art show in Jersey City. And then when I don't do that, I'm writing reviews for Jersey City Times and also for NJ Arts and for Jersey City and for Jersey Stage. So yeah, I've been working very hard this year. For JCast, I'm trying to cover as much as I possibly can.
Yeah, and today we hear, this weekend, special weekend, is JCast
Yeah.
weekend. There were events and parties last night and stuff happening all over the city today, tomorrow. Tell us a little bit about what you think is going on in the city.
Well, one interesting thing about JCast this year is that the center of gravity is further south than it has been in the past. Now, we had JCast sometimes the center of gravity has been 150 Bay Street. Sometimes there was a point where Manic Contemporary was really the center. This year we have the big show. One of them is right here at 150. The show that Donna Kessinger put together is at 150 Pacific, which is right down the road from here. And there's another big show at the Bethune Center, which is on MLK. And we are really here in the Liberty Arts District, and we're raising consciousness about this neighborhood and trying to get everybody to this neighborhood and to let them know that this is a new potential heart of the arts scene in Jersey City, which would be very, very exciting that you're doing this. I'm very excited about it because I think this is a great neighborhood. It's a beautiful neighborhood. It's a place where there's music studios, there's art all over the place. Some of our best street artists have murals up in this neighborhood, and it's a place where you can eat. It's a place where you can get coffee, and it's a great place to ride your bicycle around. So if you ride a bike like me, it's just we want to get people to know about this as a place in Jersey City where you can come, you can experience art, and you can meet cool people. And the more we can get that word out, I think the better.
You just said something so interesting. JCast doing his opening party at the Liberty Art District.
Yes.
They right here in our neighborhood.
That's right. I don't know if that was by design, but it lets everybody know that this is where to be. This is the place.
I think it's about, I always tell people something to happen, there are two elements you need to have it. You need to be ready, right? I don't know what is going on there. I don't know. Hey, our producer, what's going on there? Okay. Andrew, okay, we'll keep going here.
Yeah.
We live today, so this is very interesting. We are here today producing these conversations on JCast, and this is very interesting. I think for you to succeed in anything, you need to have two elements. One is you need to be ready. Mm-hmm. Like if you're not ready, you're going to miss the opportunity. The second is the stars need to align with specific place and time and conditions.
Yes.
And I think it's time for this neighborhood. This neighborhood is the last outpost, is where all different tribes commingle together. Yes. And I want to say to you, and you're part of us already, because my next question is going to kind of elaborate a little bit about that, because you're recording music right here in this building, right?
Yeah, I've practiced in this building a lot.
Yes. We're going to talk about that next. But I think this is where the energy is. Yeah. And this is a place that you can do festivities at ground level, street level, food trucks, parties, concerts, and then explore all these different buildings and have this multi-level, multi-tribal experience. Yeah. And I like to say that Liberty Art District, I'm just going to say this, Liberty Art District it is about, it's not just about art, because art is amazing, art is incredible conduit, but Liber Art District is about an experience, right?
Yeah.
And here's the proof. Today we're launching our beer, our official Liber Art District beer,
Yeah.
that is providing the idea of celebrating drink and food and breaking bread together with great art, music, film, visual arts, and everything else.
Yeah. I think the other ingredient that you need, in addition to what you said, is personality. I think that scenes take off when there are interesting personalities,
True.
when there are people to meet. And this is the spot where you get that. We were just in the gallery next door, and the gallery show there has some of the really the great street artists in Jersey City. If you want to know who they are, you go into that gallery and you see their work. You see so much personality in that work. Must art. Virtuoso of aerosol. The textures he's able to get with aerosol is just wonderful. Clarence Rich with those bismuth recessions. You see his work up all over Jersey City. Distort, an incredible narrative storyteller.
Incredible.
Really steeped in history. And then Dutch from Deep Space Gallery, which is not that far from here. He's got a hilarious and beautiful stained glass work of Jam Master Jay. So it's a stained glass, kind of like you might see the Virgin Mary, but it's Jam Master Jay. It's beautifully illuminated from the inside. And these are the artists whose work you see when you're out in the district. These are the artists who tagged this district. They've been out on the walls. These are the people who you see. This is the art that you encounter. This is the personality that you get. You get restaurateurs. You get the faces that you see are interesting faces. And I think that that's an ingredient that you absolutely have to have. And it's expressed through the art.
I love what you're saying, because we are trying to honor with this can. We have now too. We have the Liber Art District. That we have a special edition also coming out tonight.
And that's your artwork.
Yeah, this is mine. This is a specific project with Artivistic Strategies, which is art and activism. I direct a film. I work with a great friend of mine, Charles, that work in the New York fashion industry to develop a whole fashion element to this. And then I'm creating an art installation made out of bricks. And this is the symbol of the of this. It's a powerful cause about modern day slavery. And so today, if they buy this, all the procedures, whatever it is, the procedure of this is going to the Old People Free Foundation. And part of this is going to also our Liber Art District Foundation. Then it's going to provide services, work with the youth and the community.
Yeah.
So this is what we have today. But I'm glad that you mentioned, because right there in the invitation, there is a list of artists that we're going to release our first edition of Artist Beer Can. So I don't know if you want to read the names, elaborate on this.
Cheryl Gross.
Yeah, great
Who
artist.
I've written about a lot.
Yes.
An
love her
illustrator, a
work.
book illustrator, and a writer. I wrote about earlier this year. She had a solo exhibition at Mana Contemporary, and then she had a duo exhibition at the I'm Your Gallery. So she's been everywhere this year, and she's a character. She's
I
a one.
agree.
Yeah, she's a real character.
100%.
Clarence Rich, Distort, we talked about before. Duda Penteado, we know that guy.
It's me,
Yes.
I got to be
Fremont.
there.
Greg Bricky, whose work is up in the
Yeah,
hall.
Greg Brick, a great
yeah.
friend, artist, curator,
Been involved in the arts in Jersey City.
and a writer, right?
Writer, thinker, artist, visionary, I'd say. A guy who is very courageous, and it always has been. Hardy, Mustard, Ree Villamar. I don't know that name, Ree Villamar, but I know Stuart Metric, because Stuart Metric does the flea market. Which is
Exactly.
another part of this neighborhood. Another thing that I think everyone in town knows individually about things that are happening here. They may know the rehearsal spaces. They may know the restaurant. They may know 902 because they saw a show there. They may know about Pacific Flea.
Correct.
But then they don't know that it's all right here. It's all walkable. It's all
Right.
kind of in the same area. So you might know about one thing, but like once you know about how much is happening, then you realize, yeah, this is a center of cultural ferment. Stuff is going on. Yeah.
Correct. And then you have Willpower.
Oh, right, Will Power, right?
Yeah, another artist.
who was just out on the roof. I believe
Yes,
he was
yes.
doing
And
a
we
mural
we
on
are we had incredible. I mean, you're right. You just mentioned that we're trying to create these editions of beer experiences with art and promote around the neighborhood. We exhibitions and art to create conversations about
Yeah.
the people then start something, right? And everybody says, "Oh, I would like to be the first." And I tell people after being in this business as an artist for 30 years, I'm not sure you want to be the first. The first pays the biggest price.
Yeah.
You want to be the second, the third.
Yeah.
You want somebody to pave the way
Yes.
for you.
Yeah.
But that's just the reality.
Yeah.
And just to shift a little bit, let's go back to you have a special relationship with this neighborhood also because you're writing, right? You write about the neighborhood, but you're also a musician, right?
That's right.
And you rehearse right here in
Yes.
this building.
Right, in this building, this Pearl, which has been in Jersey City for a very long time. It's
Pearl Studios,
that's
right?
Pearl Studios.
Underground movement.
Underground, yes. That's the place. So last year when we did our show at Art House Productions, that's where we practice. And we're going to be doing it December 5. We're doing that's Tris McCall's Story Hour. It's going to be my show on December 5 at
that's
Art House
awesome.
Productions. Yes, and we'll certainly be practicing there to get the songs together. So
Wow, that's
I'll be
awesome.
reading a story. It's a feel-good story about a demon. And it's the demon who joins a rock band. So I'm going to read the story along with some of my friends, and then we're also going to play some songs. And I believe, if I can persuade her to, Cheryl's going to have some art in that show. So
That's
we're going to use some of her art as projections and also as illustrations.
Oh
for
wow,
this-
I want
for
to
the-
be there.
yeah.
Please invite
Yeah,
us.
it's going to be pretty cool. Yeah.
Let's find a way to support you guys there.
Yeah.
You're a part of the neighborhood, man.
Yes, I don't live that far from here. So, and this is my bicycle route. I always take this route up. My bicycle route is usually because I live right across from Dickinson High School. So I'll come down, go on Pacific, and then go back up, and then go on Ocean back to.
So
back
this
to,
is an important plug then.
Oh yeah.
Because look, just coming bike around the neighborhood, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Everything is flat.
flat.
You
Yeah.
have everything. You have
It's
we
visually
were
interesting.
describing falafel.
Yeah.
You have steak.
That's right. If you
you have food trucks.
Harry's daughter, Nourish, and
Yeah.
Morty's are all in that same stretch. So I swear by the falafel at Morty's. It's great. They also the eggplant, the eggplant there at Morty's is great.
And
it's-
right behind here, there's 902.
There's 902. Yes,
Sinhalese.
that's right.
And then around the corner, O'Leary's. To me, they have one of the best burgers of Jersey City. If you like a burger,
Yeah.
I highly recommend.
Yeah. So a lot happening in the district. Yeah.
Hey, man, I truly appreciate you come here to stop by today.
Thank you so much. Thank you for
Keep
having me.
writing, man. Keep writing
Yes.
about.
Yes, every Tuesday they'll be on ilevel.net. i-level.net is a new review of an art show in Jersey City. I've done 50 of these so far. So this is going to be my 50th. I'm going to write about JCast. That'll be the 50th. So I've done 49. And by the time, I guess this is live, so the 50th will come on Tuesday morning. I post them Tuesday morning, every Tuesday morning, and I'll continue to do that for the rest of the year. That's the project, and it's been a very rewarding one because I've gotten to learn a lot about art through doing it.
I really appreciate because art does something that politics cannot do, religion cannot do. It brings people together from different tribes, different beliefs, and it creates. Which I love this writer. One of the writers, art critics, then created a deep impression in my life. Is Hans Hoekmaker.
Uh-huh.
He was
Yeah.
you know him?
Yeah, I do.
Oh my God, he's an incredible writer,
Yeah.
and he writes something so powerful. I'll never forget this line. This is the God-given possibility, which to me translates into there's a possibility for you guys to embrace and do something about it. And the do something about it is never alone.
Yeah.
It requires a community,
Yeah.
and it requires writing, music, sound, film,
Food.
and food and,
Yeah.
and
Just
drink and
gathering,
and having a sort of a Last Supper experience, and a party experience. But what I think art does is allowed us to reconnect it to our humanity.
Yeah.
And we live to me in a pivotal moment of history where we don't know what AI and technology is going to do, if it's going to bring us more together or more separated. This conversation, I think, is the big question mark of our century.
Yeah.
But the art for sure, and what we're doing here, right? Connecting, looking eye to eye, sharing ideas, is nurturing
Yes.
the human experience.
And that is why geographical regions is so important, because when you get out and actually you're on the ground, you see buildings, you see people, you see your neighbors. That is really what keeps you in touch with everybody. That's where those connections become extremely important. So having places that you go, that you associate with art and art movements, is absolutely vital. It shouldn't just all exist in the cloud. It should exist in real places. And I think one of the things that's made Jersey City thrive over the years as a place where you can go to see visual art is that we've periodically had that. We had it around 111 First Street. We have it in other neighborhoods. And now, now we're going to have it here. And it's very exciting to me. And I expect to be here all the time writing about stuff.
And Liber Art District is the most diverse, what I think of the diversity of Jersey City.
Yeah.
And because everybody's here, and making either ice cream or burgers or veggies or whatever, and not counting, we have the best beer. So this is our plugged in. Listen, I want to give you this can to you.
Thank you.
As a gift.
Appreciate it.
Liber Art District Special Edition released tonight after 6:30 and 9:02. Come, join, participate, and what I say, my friend,
Wonderful.
to be continue. I really appreciate what you do,
I
who you
appreciate
are.
I appreciate
Keep
it.
and make the right noise.
All right. Thank you. I
Appreciate
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, we are live right here at the Liberty Art District, and the podcast show is called Culture Shift with Duda Penteado, the Artivist. And I have the privilege to say my friend, my brother Paul, man. You know, last time we're together, we haven't talked a lot lately, but last time we really hang out,
I mean, you've been busy, so
we're in Cuba, man.
running the streets of Cuba.
True, true. That was amazing. So let's talk a little bit about that. We're there in the biennial of Cuba.
That Ben Jones, the famous Ben Jones, I like to categorize him as the Paul Robeson of our time.
Sure.
Because of his international and national and local connection of social justice and advocacy and so entrenched in creating disciples of art.
Agree. I'm actually gonna bring Ben today. This is live,
Yeah.
and today we focus on what's happening. JCast, and we'll have this wonderful weekend. There's openings yesterday, stuff happening today. JCast Outpost is right here at the Liberty Art District in the end of the 90 Forrest Street.
Down at
right at the
150
corner.
Pacific, where they had
Yeah.
the headquarters several years ago.
Yeah, Pacific and 9 Forest is right at that corner.
Yep.
And JCast is right here, the Liberty Art District. But you brought an important point. Ben Jones is one of those classic artists that knows the power of art and how art transcends just making art in his studio in itself, which his art is amazing if we're just talking about his art, but who he is as a person, right?
Right.
Be the conduit of community, society, other countries. You know, I know he bounces in Germany, was Brazil, he travels everywhere.
Just came back from the UK.
And he does have a special love for Cuba.
Cuba
and
and the
I'm
people.
gonna have Ben here doing a whole show about his life and his legacy.
Yeah, good. He needs to be talked to, and he needs to drop his knowledge on folks.
We have a special guest here going on. Hey, what are you doing here? Huh? What are you doing here? Huh? This is a live podcast. Okay? Go over there. Go take a photo. All right. That was the most amazing
The mascot.
interruption here. This dog is amazing. He just talks, you know. He likes to eat. Apparently he likes beer too. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. So, Paul, talk to you. Going back to you.
Yep.
What was the thing? Let's just recap a little bit about Cuba.
Yeah.
What was the thing in Cuba that it really left a mark on you? We were there last November during the opening of the biennial.
Right.
That we know there are people from all over the world. There are exhibitions everywhere.
I'm still trying to digest that experience. Because a few people asked me, the question is, would you go back? Which, the answer to that is yes. But the other question is, were you down there like, on vacation for fun? This is, no. You're there under discovery. Because you hear a lot of things about Cuba, but it's a totally different experience once you're there. Once you set foot on the island, after you get off the plane, there's a sense of apprehension, but then you find out how welcoming the people are in their home. And so you're in somebody's home, in their country. But then you got to deal with the devastation and the deterioration, and at the same time, the entrepreneurship and innovative spirit, also wrapped around the culture of folks, both the history and current
Yeah,
day. All that's wrapped up at the same time.
You're right about that. When you're in Cuba, you're just in shock because one of the things that I couldn't figure it out, the tremendous lack of resources they have in there, and they were producing amazing art, and they somehow found those resources. You know, we went to
Yep.
the university, the biennial connect the universities, the students to all those different events throughout the town. So somehow they managed to make that event happen with such a little resource, and it was such a great quality of art.
Right.
And to top it off, we had the night that we went to the factory.
The art factory.
And that just blew my mind, the art factory in Havana, Cuba.
Because when I looked at that space, I look at it from a different lens, not just the art lens. I mean, because you appreciate the quality of the art, from the music, the food, the visual arts, the dance, and the people that were there. But then you think about the community development, economic development. Where's the money coming from? Some from the state, but some outside. Private funding is coming in there to create a space out of warehouses collected together to create a whole artistic, creative ecosystem that is lively and with crowds of people trying to get in there on
I don't know
different
if you know,
nights.
we have a special guest here today.
I saw the special guest.
Just with you, man. You're the one attracting the
Dogs love
special
me.
guest.
I can't help that.
That's awesome. This neighborhood is so inclusive. Dogs, bicycles, all different tribes, great food, everything is right here.
Yeah.
Which we saw. We saw the tremendous creative inventions. Then they were finding ways of living life the best they could.
Right, finding ways to do things, even though they lack, certain materials and resources, but having the ingenuity and the spirit to keep moving forward, and even though you're probably in an environment where it's very heavy, depression type of feeling.
Yeah, of course.
But still having the fortitude to recognize yourself, respect yourself, celebrate yourself, both in the current state and I keep talking about past because they celebrate that in its totality, and still be able to proudly represent themselves, and still being connected to the world. And you saw that connection, whether it's to their Caribbean neighbors, to even though there's some antagonism, with the United States, there's still connection there. You can tell through the pop art, but it's also connection to Europe, Africa, and other places, around the world. It was just
And through music to
amazing
art.
to see.
Again, many times we don't think about that, or we take for granted art is the conduit to carry so many different conversations and possibilities.
Yeah, especially in the music. Back to Ben Jones. He likes to talk about the Afro-Caribbean, and particularly acknowledging the Afro, because of the African diaspora that hit the Caribbean and southern part of Americas before it came north. But all that is entrenched in the culture and is expressed, and they don't deny any of that. But even on the stages that we saw and on the streets, all that music is connected to each other. The pianist that we heard that was there, he flies out to California and performs with cats out there. And then
he was flying out to Brazil as well.
Right.
There's a very interesting connection between Cuban jazz and Brazilian jazz, which
has a
bossa
long history of
But
Brazilian and Cuban and the Caribbean,
again,
Latin jazz type stuff.
Again, is the art being the conduit.
Right.
But what I wanted to bring back home here is, Paul, you experienced this with me. Let me reframe this.
All right.
You were there. We're together. We walked the streets. We experienced great art, and we're in the biennial. One of the things that struck me the hardest when I came back was like, do we here really taking an advantage all the way through it, the resources we have available? Or a little, I don't know, lazy, not creative. I don't want to say we are. Because in Cuba, I'm like, these people, they have such a lack of resources. And they're doing so much. Mm-hmm. And I'm just thinking about we walk in Havana in the factory. And we don't have any really factory, a project like that. Even right here in Jersey City.
Maybe not here, but there are places around the country that have.
Oh yeah. Come on, but
they
no,
have similar stuff. Yeah.
Come on. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is how much they make with such a little resource, and they persist and insist in doing something.
Yeah.
So they struck me profoundly. Yeah, of course, with the resources of America, well, we have fantastic museums. America.
But this is the art house is different than the
which
museum.
We saw fantastic museums in Cuba.
Yeah.
By the way.
Yeah.
Fantastic collections, museums.
The National
Museum. But we do know the resources are limited.
Right.
We do know that people don't make a lot of money. When they're working, there's a tremendous labor of love involved in that stuff. Which here the resources and the stuff is. Oh my God, we cannot even compare, So,
well, you know this, from being, Brazil, Europe, even in Cuba, there's a longer history, and then a deeper appreciation of art and culture as part of their narrative and identity, and that gets infused throughout the people. And so, when I initially talked about, Art House and where the funding came from, the state, probably invested because it's part of their identity.
Do you think this happens the same way in America? How do you view that?
It happens probably happens in pockets, but it's not infused across the board. You can see it in the fight, that's going on now with the government in taking away, from arts and culture and education. From a political standpoint, these types of entities show a mirror to society, and provides opportunity for artists to tell certain perspectives. And you either agree with that perspective or don't agree, but you create safe spaces are created to have discussions. But there are folks sometimes that they don't want to have those discussions. And so in order to squelch that, they defund it or try ways to take the power away.
Let's just bring this back now.
Yep.
We talked a little bit about Cuba, what's happening up here and there. U.S., but let's bring now back to Jersey City.
Back to Jersey City.
Right here in our neighborhood, I mean, around our neighborhood. talk to me a little bit about what's going on. You're a good friend, and I know you love art. How I know, because you're being the chair for the board of JCTC, Jersey City Theater Center. And it's hard work. It's hard work to be fundraising and make things happen and organizing people.
Yep.
What's going on with JCTC now? What is the next steps? What's happening?
Well, right now we're in a sort of a nomadic transition because the space we were in, the developer who owned the building, reclaimed it, and so they're going to build something new in there. And so we're using found spaces to do, to continue our work. Some of that, happens in White Eagle Hall. Some of that happens in the library, who are partners, and other places, throughout the city. And as we're doing that work, we're also looking at where we can have permanent space.
Do you think while you guys trying to find an apartment, there's a possibility you guys come around this neighborhood, the Liber Art District neighborhood? We have everything here. We have music. We have 902, the only fantastic beer from Jersey City. We have great restaurants. We have diversity. We can do events at street level, gallery level, concert level, everything. We're just kind of missing a theater institution, really, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, we have to look at, what the opportunities are. I mean, right now our sites are on one area of the city. But while we're in this transition, area, we should probably be open to, what else is available to us and where we can, have a footprint, for a while.
That'll be amazing. I personally love Olga and Ben. They are force and culture in this town, and tremendous vision. Olga is a sister to me, and I grew up in Brazil, and
Yep.
it's like Brazil, Cuba, other places. We have a more underground European approach to theater.
Yeah.
What I mean by that is not the Broadway type of theater. It is more installational, organic.
I mean, it's off Broadway.
Yeah, it's more
Social
off Broadway.
justice.
Yeah, more
political commentary.
Yeah, it's all of that. So I grew up with that stuff, and to me, found Olga and fall in love with what Olga was doing with Ben and trying to bring this kind of stuff is just enriching culture in a very diverse way.
Yeah, I mean,
se.
it's a aspect of building community and willing to create spaces to have difficult conversations about different aspects of community.
Right.
And the interesting part is the international conversation.
Yeah.
And what other folks are doing outside of the country, but bringing that platform, to spaces, and seeing the differences, but also the similarities and connections about those different types of conversations.
It's about to happen now, right, in the season, right?
Yeah, season
The
kicks off
International
November.
Theater Film Festival.
Well, the season, which is our 20th anniversary, kicks off on November 20th. And then a part of that will include the International Theater Festival. She's probably having conversations with the Edison Film Festival group around that festival. I don't know because I haven't really talked to Olga about that. But we've got the International Theater Festival. We've got the Garden State New Play Festival, which is more around trying to create residency and long-term development of content. And then global music series.
Oh wow! A lot is all that happening from now to December?
Yep, yep.
Oh my God, it's amazing. I'm gonna come by, bring my wife and the kids again. Sometimes you gotta do plays, then we can include children.
Yeah, yeah,
You know,
yeah, yeah,
fun
yeah.
stuff,
Yep.
including music and stuff like that. You know, it's fun. What I want to say, my friend, I appreciate you here. I appreciate the work, your love for the arts. I'm gonna give this a gift for you, a symbolic gift, okay?
A symbolic gift.
Yeah, yeah. Listen,
Can I crack it?
This is, yeah, yeah. Of course you can. This is consumable art. You know, you should have it. You should drink it. But this is the Liber Art District, and part of the procedure goes to our nonprofit, who's gonna be doing things with community. All
Gotcha.
right. So this is designed by Amir, the co-chair, with me at the Liber Art District.
Okay.
This is just great quality, great beer, great experience. So you, out of all, a lot of friends I have, you really deserve this, okay? But don't drink it, okay? No, do drink it. Don't, no, you drink it.
We
And
will test it out.
Tonight, after 6:30, we're gonna be at 902
902.
doing the official release of this Liber Art District beer, and there will be films, Thomas Edison films.
Okay.
After that, we are going to play a 10-minute short version of my film about modern day slavery, Old People Free.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And then we're
I
gonna
saw
have
the announcement on
live
that.
music. GJ is gonna be an unbelievable experience around the Liber Art District. So here, my friend, here's your gift, and you know what they say, right? To be continued, my friend.
To be continued. Ooh,
Hasta
Pilsner.
la vista, baby. Welcome to Culture Chef with Duda Penchado, the Artivist. We like here in this space, we like to talk about intersections between art, technology, community.
It's very much about connecting people to experiences, to the art and the artist.
Curves were my thing. I loved it.
It comes from a place that's deep inside of us, which can't be trained on an AI model right now.
Rolling down the river.
So trying to figure out an aesthetic was something hard for me itself until I found an aesthetic.
This is the culture shift of today.
We live so much less present than physical.
You want to drink something? Topo Chico,
let's
sparkling water.
Cheers. It's in a nice green bottle, so
This is really good. It's like healthier version of everything else carbonated.
while we were talking, we were able to quickly mint that token.
If someone came and told me, I don't like your style, I don't like your aesthetic, I was okay with it because I loved it.
This is a real culture shift, and to be continued. Okay, we are live right here at the Liber Art District with the podcast show Culture Shift with Duda Penteado, the Artivist. And and today I have a pleasure to be here with the legend of the neighborhood, Stuart. Stuart, man, I heard the legend says that you are around this neighborhood for 200 years, man. Let's go there and talk a little bit about how long you've been, when you got here, what was going on.
Well, I've been in Jersey City since I was 1 year old, but when I got married, I lived on Hamilton Park, and that was cute. And then I had kids, and we outgrew the space, so we had to get out of Jersey City. The school district just wasn't up to par. So I moved to Rutherford where they had blue ribbon schools. And, but we didn't like Rutherford that much. So we wanted to come back to Jersey City. But in that 15-year interim, lo and behold, there was nothing in Jersey City I could afford. I worked for myself. I installed electronic security, and so I wasn't a wealthy guy. And Jersey City had boomed. But one day a realtor took me into Bergen Lafayette.
What year was that? Let's give some context here.
Well, that was 15 years ago. So 2010.
1912?
2010.
2010.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you came around. You came to in this neighborhood around 2010.
Yes. A realtor brought me in and showed me the AMVETS Hall. American Veterans had this ugly brick building in the middle of nowhere, across the street from a methadone clinic. And
Which is still here.
Which is still here. And my wife is like, no way. But the building was pretty cool, and it was affordable. It was on the market for 3 years. Nobody wanted, no one was crazy enough to want to live down there.
And they come stores.
Including my wife. And she insisted no. And I said, you know what? We'll fix it up. It's going to be nice, I promise. So she cried, and then we bought the building. And it, from having other properties, we finally learned that it's hard to live in a building while you're renovating it. So rather, we rented in Jersey City for a year before we renovated the place. And then we moved in when it was done, which wasn't much. And it turned into it was the diamond in the rough.
Yeah, and you are very creative, man. When you walk in your place, The design is super cool. You guys stuff around music, sound system, but then you develop this whole thing about the flea market where you bringing opportunities for artists, for people doing different things. Take us there. What was the evolution from moving to the neighborhood and creating, becoming
So
active?
I was always an antique enthusiast, and my wife as well. My wife Michelle. We had an antique store back in '85 on Christopher Columbus called Jersey City Antiques Collectibles. Now it's the Red Feast Liquor Store. That was JCAC. For 5 years, we had a multi-vendor antique store, but it wasn't working. The only person making money was the landlord. So we closed that up, and now I'm warehousing a lot of stuff. And now this AmVets building gave me plenty of storage, and so we had a garage sale, and not many people came, but one person, Joel Maffei, who lived a few blocks away, said, this is a great thing. There's nothing like this in the neighborhood. You should do this every weekend. And I'm like, well, we're old. If you help us, we'll do it. And he's like, I'd be happy to. So it was Joel, Michelle, and I. We started Pacific Flea. And 15 years later, here we are. Joel moved out because he wound up getting a job with New York City. And then, minor detail, my wife passed away of cancer 3 months after we moved into the property. Totally unrelated. She wasn't sick. Just like the doctor said, preordained. She had stomach cancer. They said she had a year to live, but she luckily only made it 3 months because it was a torturous disease, and all they can do is put you on morphine and up it up and up and up until you're a vegetable. And so that was a pretty heavy thing.
I'm so sorry, man.
And thank you. And so that's where my art career started, because I'm not the kind of person that would run to therapy. So the art became my therapy.
Art was a way to communicate the process, the feeling, the pain, right?
Well, I had earlier in life when I was a musician, and I say that loosely. In my 20s, I always played in bands. I was a bass player. I was a saxophone player. Nothing big time. We did local bars, Jersey City, Bayonne. But I had realized, because I wrote a lot of songs, that the best work came after breaking up with a girlfriend, or came out of depression. And so now, after Michelle died, I thought, all right, let me try and work with this depression. And that's how it started.
You're touching something so powerful. Then, art along many things, like bringing community together, obviously vehicle and expression. Art is a language in itself. It doesn't have to be a written language. It's is a language in itself. But art also can bring healing. And music can bring healing. Visual arts can bring healing. Dance can bring healing. And when you think about those things, you see how the human experience cannot be disassociated from the art expression, however you choose to be. So I appreciate that. And yesterday, you and I were hanging out. I came over to see you have your place like sort of empty with the gallery outlook. And I was looking your trajectory. Oh, maybe it was 25, 30 pieces in the place, and seeing all your stuff, and we begin to talk about where is the art coming from, and you sharing those stories. And one of the things we talked about, and great art sometimes come from pain, from transformation, from loss, or it has to strike a chord. It has to do something deep, and then somehow the artist has integrity. Somehow the art has, which I call that thing. That thing is just there, right? Either it's abstract, either it's figurative, after it's black and white or color. That thing is there. The soul, right, is there. And when I see your art, I can sense it. You have soul in your art, and there's a lot going on in your art, but I can sense it as solid body work and a lot of stories in the stories. It's very interesting. It's almost like one painting continues in the other one. It's like it continues the story. This is today, that's tomorrow, that's next year. Kind of storytelling that way. But I'm just glad you mentioned this. Thank you for mentioning what happened. Obviously, you're a passion guy who always loved the arts, either music, whatever. But telling how really the loss of your wife is really forced you to speak loud about this thing you can't contain anymore, right? And either it came through sound or color.
It was art was
It
better,
had to come out.
Art was better than medicine.
Yes.
I'm not one for doing the drugs, and it's you could call it soulful, you could call it magical. Sitting down in front of a canvas, and I didn't have the skill sets. I never went to art school. I never took art lessons. I was always creative as a kid, but I really never tested what I had inside of me until then. And it was kind of magical to see what happens when you sit down. And I never planned things. I would start, and then things would evolve. And think about what I'm looking at. I'm like, well, maybe I should put something here. And in collage, another magical part about collage is I was using spray adhesive, and I cut all my collage very skillfully. I have mechanic's hands, so I'm really good at cutting very intricate collage pieces. But then you have to spray it with adhesive, which means I had one shot to put it down in the right spot.
Right.
And you can't plan for that. There's magic in that. Because as hard as you plan to put it in the exact same spot that before you sprayed it is almost impossible. And then once you land it, that's it. The rest is history. It'll be that way forever. And so that was a lot of fun for me because first I lay it out, and there could be 50, 60 pieces. First, I'll paint the canvas, set the stage, and then, like, I guess when I was a kid, it was called color forms. Little plastic pieces, you would sit, and I loved playing color forms, and that's what collage is. But then I felt that, well, that's kind of cheating. Am I really an artist because I can cut out things and paste them on? So I went the next stage, and I would paint on top of my collage. And then I learned about acrylic mediums, and now I could create layers, put a medium down, now collage on top of the medium. And it could be 5 or 6 different layers before I'm done. And that's another part of art that I still don't understand. You never really know when you're done.
Yeah. That's it's very interesting. I tell people when you create an artwork, which is the idea of this whole set here, right? A lot of the podcasts you see shelves and books, that kind of thing. I wanna invite people to be part of an art installation, a happening, We are all part of the happening here. There's an environment, there's art, there's energy, and we are like taking this conversation to a place it needs to go. What I want to say to you is, and what I want to say to people coming to this neighborhood today, Bergen Lafayette, right in the intersection of 90 Forest and Pacific, right? Right in the corner is Pacific Flea. Stewart has, I'm going to say that, sort of a retrospective exhibition
Yes.
about your art is incredible.
My first art show.
Yeah, your first retrospective in a way, because you have almost 30 pieces available. I will highly recommend it to stop there. It's right at the corner. We're right here at the heart of Liber Art District. In this corner here on 90 Forest, we have the graffiti, the underground gallery. We have all the stuff happening, the podcast. We have all this stuff happening here. Photography, Dianor Studios, Epic Films. We have all of this going on. And then right in the intersection of the two streets, and before we start the 902 show this evening, while we're going to be releasing our special edition of beer, they should stop in our place and see a retrospective.
Absolutely.
It's really an amazing exhibition. I appreciate
The
that.
property has good bones. Before I bought it, it was a World War II Veterans Hall. That was historic. And they had parties, weddings every weekend for 50 years before I took it over.
Gosh,
So I knew I had to do something for the community with it because it was just, the bones were already there.
that was destiny, right?
It was
It was
destiny.
always being a spot,
It was
right?
destiny, yeah.
So Stu, here it is. Today, we are releasing these two beer cans. One of them is Liber Art District, and part of the procedures of this, the sales will go to our foundation, who will help us to do programs around the neighborhood. And then we're also gonna be talking about playing my short documentary. Is the last film we're playing after Thomas Edison plays a selection of incredible award-winning films. We're gonna play the 10-minute version of my film of modern-day slavery, and all the procedures of this can is going to the foundation. So this weekend is about nonprofit, but October 23rd, we are releasing 8 artists, and you want one of them, where our people then is being around this neighborhood, is being a special force in this neighborhood, and a special artistic force in this neighborhood. So I appreciate, man, you here with us.
I'm very humble that I'm here with you right now. You're a force, and I'm happy to see the neighborhood turn into an arts district because it deserves it.
Which is being your desire for the past,
It's been a
15 years?
neglected area,
Yes.
and so I'm very happy that you're bringing life to it.
Well, there's a whole community and there's a whole project behind now, and you are part of it. And I'm honored to find people like you, Don, Dan, Mike from the grind. There's a lot of people here already making amazing. I think to happen in life, you need to have two things. You need to prepare, whatever that is, but you need to prepare mentally, ready to whatever you need to be ready. And the second thing, it has to be the right environment, which sort of the stars align, right? Place and time. And I think these two things are here in this neighborhood. So we are together, man. And as a community, we're going to make a difference. I appreciate it. I want to give this to you. This one is for free, right? The rest you pay, you contribute. Oh, my God. You deserve, man.
All right. A free beer. Thanks, Duda.
Hey, Liber Art District, man. And this is who we are, right? We want to provide to the neighborhood not just art experiences. We want to provide experiences, which is great food, wine, beer, whatever the least celebration of life, with any activity, activity for children, for adults, for teenagers, by bringing art, music, performance, and everything in it.
One more thing. I don't know how much time you're giving me, but
Yeah,
one
yeah,
thing
yeah. Sure, sure.
I want to mention that when I first moved in here 15 years ago, I bumped into these kids, formerly known as Green Villain. And there were still warehouses. It wasn't empty land like it is now. There were abandoned warehouses all over the neighborhood. And this group of muralists took over and squatted these warehouses and said, yeah, hey, Stu, check it out. And I walked down the block, and it blew me away. From the outside, it looked like a warehouse. From the inside, it looked like the Sistine Chapel of murals. They did from floor to ceiling, 3 to 4 floors. It was amazing. And that group of artists are still around today. I can't mention them all, but I befriended a lot of them. Mustard and Distort and Clarence Rich. Just a few would invite me to show the things they've done, and then they asked permission. Hey, would you mind if we do some stuff on your property? I'm like, are you kidding? I'd be honored. Next thing I know, all the artists, well, not all of them, but a lot of them from Green Villain Group were always there doing a wall or a panel. And if you come to my property now, you'll see the remnants of it.
Yes, that's another reason to come to a property. First, to see a retrospective, and second, to see this incredible imprint of this historical artist that been around this neighborhood for a very, very long time, which you are trying to honor. Then with few, we're gonna honor a few of them now in October 23rd and 4th. But we will continue to do a series of
It's a long
events.
time coming because all their work has been destroyed. It's been documented.
Sure.
It's all documented, but the buildings were all leveled. And so this district has historically been an art district. Just no one like yourself and Amir have put the energy into calling it an art district. So I'm very happy that you're doing this.
So it's the time now. We're just trying to organize. And one of the things we're going to do, thank you for bringing this piece of history. We want to honor the people that started. I was just talking to Paul from JCTC, and I was like, everybody says I want to be the pioneer. I tell people, do you want to be a pioneer? A pioneer does pay all the price and gets no glory. You might want to be the second, the third, the fourth. I don't know to be a pioneer. So, life it is what it is. And, we never know what's the right time. What I appreciate people like you, it didn't matter was the right time or not. You came in and you were doing something. And because people like you were doing something, that's what we hear now. And we're able to honor you guys the best we can. And we're going to do a lot of that.
No, I don't need to be honored. But another mention, before I even lived here, I worked in Jersey City in the security business. And one of my clients was Ruth Moore from Moore's Lounge. So I know her over 20 years. And that place blew me away. That was the most exciting jazz club. And I've been a jazz enthusiast since I'm 8 years old because my parents were jazz enthusiasts. I've been to all the Newport Jazz Festivals, going back to Newport, Rhode Island. And going to Moore's Lounge was a magical experience. And she just passed recently. It's a sad thing, but she was 86, 87. Tough
That's
life.
a good run.
Good run, hard life. But what her and her late husband Bill did was amazing. They should go in the history books for that club. It still exists, and it's an amazing historical part of Jersey City. Another diamond in the rough. Nobody knew about it except for jazz musicians because people would come from the Blue Note after their performance in the Blue Note just to come jam with Leonard Harper and have fun at Moore's Lounge. And I think that's worth mentioning.
Thanks so much, man. I appreciate. Hey, to be continued.
Okay, thank you. A pleasure.
I'll stop by there later. Appreciate.
Good.
Welcome to Culture Chef with Duda Penchado, the Artivist. We like here in this space, we like to talk about intersections between art, technology, community.
It's very much about connecting people to experiences, to the art and the artist.
Curves were my thing. I loved it.
It comes from a place that's deep inside of us, which can't be trained on an AI model right now.
Rolling down the river.
So trying to figure out an aesthetic was something hard for me itself until I found an aesthetic.
This is the culture shift of today.
We live so much less present than physical.
You want to
Yeah.
drink something, Topo Chico,
Yeah, let's go.
sparkling water?
Yeah,
Cheers.
It's in a nice green bottle, so
this is really good. It's like healthier version of everything else carbonated.
while we were talking, we were able to quickly mint that token.
If someone came and told me, I don't like your style, I don't like your aesthetic, I was okay with it because I loved it.
This is a real culture chef, and to be continued. Donna is the best, you know. It's like, oh, yeah. Hey, I'm sorry. We're live here from Liber Art District with the podcast show, which is Culture Shift with Duda Penteado, the Artivist. Today, what we're trying to do here is we're highlighting JCast. JCast, it is the weekend celebration of the city of Jersey City. There's stuff happening everywhere. It started last night, different shows and concerts and exhibitions. It's throughout the whole day and tomorrow. But I have a special guest here, somebody that I liked a lot, and I had the privilege to interact with you a lot, Jacob. I love your music.
Thank you.
You know, you have I don't know, like I'm gonna say a Bob Dylan theme, but Bob Dylan walked with his guitar everywhere, and you have this thing. Then you know, at least referential to Bob Dylan, you know, like songs, then talk about deep things and you know, guitar and this kind of singing. Then he's almost talking. You have those similarities, but I love your music. I think is very unique, and he also has powerful messages.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Thank you for coming up tonight.
Yeah.
Tonight you are performing live. Here is our start tonight. I think around 8:30 starts your show. So it's gonna be really cool. So let's begin in the beginning. Tell a little bit about where this love for music started.
The love for music started way back when I was a teenager. It was kind of like a survival method, being a sensitive guy, growing up in this crazy world. Writing songs is my medicine, always has been, always will be. It's always kept me going, and the prayer and hope is that a song that's done healing in me can do the same for others when it comes through.
So is it fair to say that your music is a way of healing for you, or finding something that makes sense for you, and then somehow you hope that reflects into others?
I would say so, because what really got me hooked on music, I tried different instruments when I was really small, and I even played guitar once for like a couple months, a year before I really stuck with it. But it wasn't until I really was wanting to write songs to express something when I was at an age of like 12, 13, when, you know, those hormones are kicking in and life is starting to feel weird. I needed somewhere to put it, and a song was the way to go. And yes, exactly like you said, if it can heal something in me, can it do that for someone else? And I love how a song also can be, the artist who wrote it can have an intention, but then they have to release it because it's only going to mean what it means to whoever hears it when they hear it. You know what I mean? So I try to write with that reflection available.
That's really cool, because I think you're a very talented individual, because you play several instruments, right? You kind of mix all the preliminary mix of your music, right? So how does, let's just dig a little more in there. How those words are combined with sound, and how you sort of download this thing all together?
Well, to be perfectly honest, sometimes I've literally woken up from a dream at night and a song is just given to me and I just have to make sure I can remember it and get it down. There's other times where, backtrack here. At the moment of the filming of this podcast, I'm in a beautiful, somewhat awkward position because I used to have a lot of music online, and in the past several years, something deep in my spirit was like, you must reset. So I took down all my body of songs off the internet, and I've been in a process that took a lot longer than I was expecting to rebirth into this. But lately, it's feeling great, and I'm trusting the Most High Spirit to guide the way, and it's coming through. So I'm here, and I'm excited to play tonight a batch of new songs that I'm currently in the process of recording. So soon.
Oh, wow, wow, I love that. So
yeah, I'll be sending that out.
It's cooking right now. You're throwing the ingredients. The kitchen
cooking.
is hot. It's all happening now.
Yeah, I'm actually flying to Nashville tomorrow to continue recording. I was just there for a week, a month ago. Just need to get into that container to let it breathe and come through.
So is this traveling from place to place is something that juices up your creative process?
It has. I used to take one-way tickets and just go. I did that in Vancouver for a while.
Wow.
Like British Columbia, bounced around. That was a wonderful time. I gain a lot of inspiration and flow and momentum when I'm bouncing around. But then I tried to repeat the beautiful one-way ticket journeys many times, and then eventually it burned me out, which led me to this moment here. I learned a lot, and I'm trying to find the better balance between all of it. How can I be living in an adventure? How can I be anchored and rooted at the same time? So I'm still figuring it out. I don't know.
That's awesome. The journey goes on and on, right?
It goes on and on.
And I think this idea to leave creativity, I know, let's talk about this. Sometimes you trying to create something, you kind of have clues, but then I'm just asking because my creative process, my creative process is like this background here.
Like the shirt right here.
Well, the shirt, but I mean specific. This has, we'll talk about that next. But
yeah.
the background here, when I start talking to Andrew, Oscar about producing the show, I always like to do research. And for me was, a lot of the podcast shows they have tables, bookshelves, those. And I'm like, no, I want it to be inside that art installation. I want it to be an experience. Then people can feel like there's something happening, right? So when I came here, I knew I wanted to play off my tribal lines research, right? Which comes from my project with the Amazon in Brazil. But when I got here, it's like I always write a new poem with this imagery. Mm-hmm. And it became his own thing. And I decided to stop in the bottom, and it became what it became. So I think many times as an artist, we have clues or something, but we don't know where it's going to lead us, right? Exactly. Do you operate in the process?
Totally. I feel like I am in the midst of something deep like that. So I used to, as I said before, I had a bunch of music out there. I was doing a lot of stuff. I studied with the singer Bobby McFerrin, Don't Worry, Be Happy, when I was like young.
Oh, yeah,
and I was assuming like, oh yeah, my dreams are coming true right now. But it's been taking a long time. So I used to just, release music under my name, Jacob Schaefer. And things, were going great. And then, like I said before, I went on a bunch of wild adventures and I kind of burnt out. So once, we want to forget it at this point, but the world shut down a couple years ago. During that time, that's when I kind of was like, I think I'm feeling called to reset all I've done and be reborn in this. So I was experimenting with different things, like maybe I should create a brand name that's not me. Maybe. But it's been interesting. Like you said, you got to follow the clues. I think I'm still figuring it out. There was basically, I do have a gift for you. This box over here. the clue that I was getting was good chills. There's something about that that really speaks to my soul. But in terms of being a singer-songwriter, I'm me. I'm me. So I gotta be me. Gotta be my name. But yeah, the clues I'm trying to figure out. Should we call in this box right now?
Yes, we can.
I'd love to
Yeah?
give you something, actually.
Hey, Rosani, I'm going to ask my wife. Rosani, there's a box there. Can you bring the box into the set here, please?
Yeah, this is actually for you too, Rosani. So like I was saying, I think the vibe that my music likes to lead to can be described as good chills. Thank you. This is for you as well.
I actually love, leave the guitar there. There's
Oh, yeah.
I asked you to pick it up. I love the good chills. I think sometimes in life, you need to have a more chill approach. Then maybe you bring more people together.
Yeah.
And art is this conduit to bring different tribes, different people, different points of view. And art sometimes just bring people to this place where we can all rethink together, right? And sort of respect each other's point of view and so on and so forth, stuff like that.
Yeah, man. As a singer-songwriter, I realized, I just got to be me. That's why I do this thing. But as an artist, and what do I represent? What vibe do I want to bring to the world, or what am I called to do? I'd say it's good chills. And, it's a lifestyle. It's a brand. And it's a pop art that brings the spirit to people. So I got these sweatpants. They're really comfortable. I'm wearing them right now.
Yeah, good chills sweatpants, bro.
Oh, well, this is for you. And these are for Rosani.
Hey, wow. Let
And
me see that.
you know what they say, great artists steal, and I'm totally aware that
Hey,
this original
hey,
design is
Andrew,
a
we gotta do
pop
more
art.
live stuff. They bringing me gifts.
These are
bro.
for you, Rosani.
Hey, for you guys that are gonna come in the live show, bring piles of piles of cash. Okay, we accept that too.
Yes. So enjoy that. They're very comfortable.
Rosani, take our pants.
We got
We got good chill pants.
Yeah,
right?
good chills.
Good chill pants here.
And so we have the heart eye icon.
The pink is yours, baby. Take it. All right. This is awesome, bro. I appreciate
Yeah.
that.
I got so like you said, you gotta follow, say it in your words again, follow the clues, right? So I don't fully know what this good chills thing is yet, but it's definitely informing something that's making me feel better when I decided to separate it a bit more from my music and let it just kind of become what it's going to become.
So listen. That's what we're going to do now.
Let's do it.
Today we are here. JCast is all about JCast. One of the big highlights tonight is the incredible program at 902 happening after 6:30. We are going to have the inauguration, the release of the Liber Arts District, and we have 2 cans of beer being released. They all connect to nonprofits. Part of the procedures goes to the Liber Art District Foundation to what? To be able to do programs and empower the neighborhood, community, okay?
Beautiful.
The second thing we're doing, which you already have the shirt, is the Old People Free documentary. After Thomas Edison plays an incredible selection of award-winning films, they all shorts. We're going to have the short documentary about Old People Free, about modern-day slavery. And part of the procedure, whoever buys this can this evening tonight is going to go directly to the foundation. So we appreciate that. And what I want to say to you, why don't you give us a little teaser? Play, a little bit of something.
I mean, I got this guitar right here.
Yeah, man. Let's rock.
Let's do it. Little teaser. So I'm really excited about performing these songs tonight, reading the room with the audience, get some feedback, because I'm in the midst of being in these studio sessions recording. So it's really exciting to have it come together in this way. This is a new one. It's called One. Show me my destiny, what will make me complete. Show me the road that's unknown, take control of my life, who I'm meant to be. Show me what's meant for me, what will make me complete. 'Cause we are one, hallelujah. One love, take a look at your life. Two sides, gotta do what's right. Three expressions of a love most high. But I'm 4 or 5 seconds from wildin'. 6, don't play no tricks. 7, Lord, avenge my soul. 8, 9, 10, then it starts over again. Silly thoughts in my head. All I know is I wanna do what's right. Take a lesson from the love most high. Keep me close, don't let me leave your side. Show me my destiny, what will make me complete. Show me the road that's unknown, take control of my life, who I'm meant to be. Show me what's meant for me, what will make me complete. 'Cause we are one. Hallelujah. Little sneak peek of that
Wow,
one.
man, this is amazing. Wow, I love this song.
You know, it's
by
like
the way.
hippie good vibes, but it's also something.
Sometimes all you need to bring healing to someone is give them a hug,
That's true.
to give a little hope, a little love, and life can somehow take care of itself.
I feel sometimes too in those moments there's something that sometimes wants to just talk through us, and just got to hear that voice inside to give it to those people too. Sometimes in those moments, everything is given to us to say already sometimes. Would you agree?
Yeah.
I have a question about this art piece. Was this a free flow, or did you have it drawn out ahead of time? I'm very curious.
Yeah, I don't draw. That's what I was trying to tell you. The way I did this, I travel. I have a relationship with the Amazon, specific from the Brazilian side of it. Brazil owns almost 60% of the Amazon. There are about 9 countries. And I have a relationship with a group of people who are going in and out of the Amazon, trying to understand how can you contribute as an artist to the conversation of living a better world and a more balanced world. Out of all the experiences, I lived at one point in the lower Xingu area, was the lower Amazon, the Xingu Natural Reserve of Brazil, lower Amazon area. I lived 2 weeks with a Mayanako tribe, and they adopt me.
That's awesome.
And to me, as an artivist, which is an artist who's interested in connections between community, society, people, art, it's important for me to immerse myself in the condition of the other. It's the first step I do. So to me, to go to the Amazon, connect with the indigenous tribes was something very important.
Yeah, we got to protect that Amazon. It helps our earth breathe, right?
Yeah, of course. And the point to me was to create art inspired in my experiences, right? And I think art is a lot about that. So I developed this alphabet of this imagery, which is kind of the first language mankind ever created.
Yeah, symbols.
There were symbols, right?
Yeah.
So this is a symbolic, poetic composition. So I develop all this imagery. And every time I go to a new place, I don't know, I write a new poem. So the images kind of exist. And sometimes something happens in the middle of the image, something else happens. But this is unique. You only see this here on the podcast, on this place here. And
I love it.
to me, that's what art is. This thing about just repeating the same thing, the same formula, something that I struggle with. I think art must be alive. Art embodies the moment in many ways. So I tell people, we as an artist, as we create art, we touch others, but the people touch us, and through conversations and to tell what they see in the art. There's a huge exchange, which to me, the foundation of this is the very core of the human experience. So, and art is the deepest language, the most sophisticated thing that God gave to us. Then it is sometimes beyond your intellect. It's a full emotional experience that touches your intellect, touches your body, touches your emotions, but it touches everything and touches your soul. So I think that's what art does. So in the end, I don't care if it's abstract, figurative, big, small. The song is short, it's long. My question is that is your art has soul?
Yeah.
You know, and to have soul, it must come from some place of integrity, right? Something. When I mean integrity, is a place that is deep within, into the artist, and so the process of discover who we are, and then put this out there, is to make us unique.
I love being a creative creator that gets to create because a creative creator created us to be creative so we can create. It's a
I
fractal.
mean, I
you know?
agree, and us artists have the privilege to work with creativity.
Yeah.
Is a real blessing.
Truly.
What I want to say is, we're gonna close your session now because you're not going to rehearse and connect. Guys, we are gonna have this incredible talent guy, original songs. It's gonna start probably around 8:30 this evening, right after the Thomas Edison Film Festival. We have an incredible celebration. We're gonna have burgers, great beer, great food, you know, and a great art happening. Before we close, do you want to talk about you and your special guest? Just give me a nugget
yes.
to that because I saw your last show in New York City. No, you guys blew my mind, making like funny stories about the history of music. Explain to us.
Sure.
What is that about?
Yes, my good friend Sean Newman is a collaborator of mine. He runs a sketch team. He makes cartoons called Frog Boys. It's an amazing production company. But we have an awesome duo that's a music-based project. We are called Two Very Serious Musicians. And you'll never see us together without our sunglasses on. And we're very serious about our music. But, you know, is it comedy music?
It's really funny.
It's very serious.
I know the public is gonna love it.
Oh, it's a lot of fun.
God,
We're gonna
it's
do a little sneak
hilarious.
peek tonight. I love squeezing them into the middle of my sets because I make this, you know, good vibe singer songwriter music. Sometimes it's bright, sometimes it's a little melancholy, and then I bring in him, and you know, we like to be very serious and funny. Not gonna lie.
It's gonna be amazing. Hey,
Yeah.
I appreciate you here. Listen, before you
Yeah.
go, let me give you here.
Oh.
You totally deserve
Thank you. I love me a
Liber
craft
Art
beer.
District can just for you. The
thank
rest
you.
you gotta pay to contribute to the cause. Okay,
sure.
I'm sorry. We love you, bro. Thank
love
you
you
so
too,
much
man.
and coming here. And
Yeah,
it's
we're
gonna
soul
be-
brothers. We have the same birthday.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. What can I say? It's destiny. I don't
Destiny,
know.
the stars
You have
align.
the word like destiny in your music, right?
Yeah, show me my destiny.
You know,
What will make
show
me
me my
complete?
destiny. We're probably gonna play this evening tonight, right?
Definitely. Yeah.
Awesome.
Awesome.
All right,
Thank you
guys.
so
to
much.
be continued. Do not miss the big shebang after 6:30 and 9:02.
Peace.
Film, theater, music, live music, great beer, burgers, food. To be continued. Welcome to Culture Chef with Duda Penchado, the Artivist. We like here in this space, we like to talk about intersections between art, technology, community.
It's very much about connecting people to experiences, to the art and the artist.
Hers were my thing. I loved it.
It comes from a place that's deep inside of us, which can't be trained on an AI model right now.
Rolling down the river.
So trying to figure out an aesthetic was something hard for me itself until I found an aesthetic.
This is the culture shift of today.
We live so much less present and physical.
You want to drink something, Topo Chico,
let's
sparkling water?
Yeah.
Cheers.
It's in a nice green bottle, so
This is really good. It's like healthier version of everything else carbonated.
while we were talking, we were able to quickly mint that token.
If someone came and told me, I don't like your style, I don't like your aesthetic, I was okay with it because I loved it.
This is a real culture shift and to be continued. Okay, we are back right here at the Liberty Art District with the podcast show, Culture Shift with Duda Penchado, the Artivist. And I'm here today with the only Jane, my friend. Oh my God, I'm so happy you're able to come to be here with me today. But more than that, we're going to talk about this today also, the whole selection of films you curated for this evening.
Duda,
right?
we have definitely been friends for years. I love working with you. Anytime you ask me to collaborate, I always say yes, always, right?
Correct. I
Always.
think people that know what people are doing and is great, connect with people who's doing great things, or meaningful things. And we have also, before we talked about, we have a great friend in common, Dr. Carlos Hernandez.
Yes, we do.
We're
Yes,
both
we do.
fans of him.
Yes, huge fans. Carlos, the best, greatest president of New Jersey City University ever. And he, changed so many lives. I was so lucky to work with him and know him, and I know you feel the same.
Correct. Privilege.
Yep.
Before we talk about New Jersey University, let's talk about how you started, how you want to be involved with films, and then how you become a professor.
Right. Well, I have to go back to my youth. I mean, from the time I was really little. My parents, both of them, loved, and my grandmother, they were real filmophiles. They loved film always. So it was just it was a part of our culture in our home. And I'll tell you one fun little story that really, I think, pushed me over the edge with film. I was 7 years old, and in the town, 7, and the town next door to us had a band shell, and they used to have these, primarily silent films, at night in the summer, and people would bring blankets, the routine. It's like summer.
There are so many
summer films.
amazing silent films.
Right? So one night, one weekend, they were showing Nosferatu, the original.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
The
Classic.
original.
That's a classic.
Original Nosferatu, right? And when Max Schreck, who's playing Dracula, his hands
God.
come up through the window with nails like this long, and I'm 7 years old, and I'm like, that was it. I was sold. I was cinema for the rest of my life. I fell in love with film, and I've never quit. Never quit.
Correct me if I'm wrong, isn't Nosferatu the German expressionist style?
Yep.
Which is unbelievable,
Just
the way they
so
play with
phenomenal.
light and
Yeah.
dark.
Right.
It's just like completely like black and white
Dude,
paintings.
here I am, a 7-year-old kid on a blanket at night in the grass watching this, right? But that was it. That was it for me.
They just did a new Nosferatu
I know.
recently,
I
but
saw it.
it's not the first one is still the
Yeah,
one.
it's still the.
yeah.
Yeah, there have been good ones.
Agree.
Yeah.
So, okay, so 7
Anyway,
years old, you
7.
watch
Yep.
this incredible film, and
Yep.
then what happened next?
That was it for me forever. And from the time I was young, I was always an artist. My father painted. My mother was a musician also, an amazing singer. And I played piano. We were a very artistic family. And from the time I was in elementary school, you know how kids, their teachers, they always ask them to write, what do you want to be? One of those silly essays, right? And I still have mine from second grade.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and it said that I wanted to be an artist and I wanted to be a teacher.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
So you did both.
I did both. Yes. And I love film, and I'm a filmmaker. So there you go. I mean, I'm one of those rare people, I think. Some people, it takes a while to find their way, and that's fine.
Right.
That's a different kind of a journey.
Most of people.
Yeah. But I knew from the time I was a kid what my path was going to be. That's the truth. True. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, whatever.
Right. So, okay, 7, high school. Then what happens next?
College, and I was an art major at Syracuse University, and I had brilliant professors, and I was always thinking outside of the box, and I started making Super 8 films as part of my design. Yeah, I started with Super 8 and color and light, and, I was experimenting. It was a wonderful time to be in art and to be educated by brilliant people. I was just super lucky, Duda. Yeah.
So what do you say, maybe one thing, then one professor, when you have those aha moments in life,
Yeah.
somebody says something to you and boom, it shifts.
And
And which professor says something to you then help you to, I guess, reach the next level?
That's such an easy question. His name was Charles Giordano, Onofrio Charles Giordano, and he was a brilliant filmmaker, the most brilliant mentor and teacher I ever had. And I was just lucky to wind up in his design class in my freshman year, and then I took courses with him throughout, and we always stayed in touch. And later, I actually taught art in public school for 4 years.
Painting or film?
Both, everything, I taught animation, that was part of the curriculum I designed, even when I was teaching, junior high kids. But then I knew I wanted to really go back and really do my own work also. And, again, luck of the draw for me. Charlie needed a TA. So I got hired. And then, the rest is kind of history. And I just spent the next number of years making film and video and showing my work, working with, amazing people. And,
You mentioned something that is very, very interesting. Sometimes we live in a society and try to compartmentalize and who are you? If you do this one thing, that's what you do. To find that, sometimes it takes a long time. But beyond that, I think art, what I tell my students always explore everything, explore the technique, because some people come from music to visual art, to this, to that, and the journey, one thing is inspiring the other, right? So you mentioned then you did painting and drawings, and my good friend, Dr. Preston, he was a Beat Generation poet.
Yeah.
He's a Renaissance man from the Harlem. One day he tells me, do you know Robert De Niro's father and mother, they were painters? And I didn't know. And I'm like, oh. And in my mind, it's I always love his acting, Robert De Niro acting. And I'm like, there is something about fine art in this guy. Sometimes, art is you're around it.
Makes sense,
You're
right?
around,
Yeah.
And this is inspiring you.
Yeah.
And it's sometimes you don't need, the thing about art, you don't need to go to school to be a great artist. But sometimes going to school makes you a great artist.
Oh, well.
It can be both ways. Who the heck knows?
Yeah, I don't know. But I've always loved learning and experimenting. School has been something that has just enriched my life.
Yeah, gave you possibilities.
Forever. And, I've been really blessed to have taught for, Duda, I'm not kidding, 41 years.
Oh my God. How did you
41
get to New
years.
Jersey University?
Yeah.
Let's just talk about that a minute.
Okay. Well, I first taught in public school art, and it was wonderful. I loved the junior high kids. So many teachers say, junior high, these kids are awful. I loved them. They were so much fun. And it's such a hard time for them in life, So my good fortune was to be their art teacher. And I think they were lucky too, because it was a great, it was really great synergy. But then I knew it was time for me to move on. I wanted to make more of my own work and see what the next level was going to be. I went back to graduate school. I made film, video, printmaking, books, performance pieces. I did everything I could possibly do. But I knew I really then wanted to move on to teach, in higher ed. I knew it. And so I applied for every job that was out there. And my good luck, I landed in Jersey City. That was the greatest thing that ever happened to me.
Yes.
And because I love Jersey City, I loved my students. My students were from, Duda, you know this, the Jersey City students at New Jersey City University, they're from all over the world.
Correct.
Oh, my God. It was like a rainbow coalition of amazing kids from South America, from Germany, from Finland, from Korea, from Japan, right? The different kinds of people bringing such wonderful things.
Yeah,
right?
Jersey City is considered one of the most diverse
Yeah,
cities. We have
it
more
is.
than 50 languages
Yep.
spoken here.
Yep.
And, I think that brings incredible dynamics, just
Oh my
bringing
God, yes.
everybody and discussing plots, scripts, right? How you approach this. And
Right.
Yeah,
I
understanding the
loved
culture
it.
nuances, right?
My God, I just loved these students so much.
I remember remember we used to play some films and came to your workshops. I
Yep.
used to love it.
Yeah,
the way
yeah,
you used to
yeah.
bring everybody together and I love about you how you bring people to have the conversations about what we're watching. And I think we've been talking about throughout this whole day how art is that thing then is does what religion can do, what politics can do. Art just brings us to that space. Then maybe people can rethink, can refigure it out.
We would like to think so.
Can find a common ground.
Sure.
I think. Robert Redford just passed, and I love when he gave they gave him the Lifetime Oscar award, and he talks about that, and I love it because he talks about how film gave him the possibility, and then his mission life became creating his own Sundance Film Festival, where he cultivated new voices, and to me that blew my mind.
know.
Because in life, it's better to give than take.
When
because
you give
it allows you not to be self-centered. Like you're giving and you're receiving from people and you're growing.
Giving is the greatest gift. You know that. Giving is the greatest gift.
Yeah.
You just made me actually think of a project I did with a group of students. One thing that was always important to me was their voices, that their voices would be heard. So outside of my normal, regular classroom things, I also sort of spearheaded different collectives within the media department. And, I worked with a group of young women at one point, and we called our collective Women's Work. And, we screened their films and video pieces, all over the place. And I did that also with students from the media arts department who really had ambitions to make their own work. And, again, we wouldn't just show things in a classroom. I would curate their projects and at the Jersey City Museum at the time.
Sure.
Other places on campus, Millennium Film in New York, Anthology Film Archives. We would get the work outside of just one little safe space and, present it. And I think that's kind of how I got involved ultimately with the Black Mariah Film Festival,
which is now
the Thomas Edison Film
always
Festival.
used to be Black Mariah,
Always
Thomas
Black
Edison.
Mariah, yeah.
It's like it was a full sentence. I'm like,
I know.
I don't dare. But now
I know.
with Thomas Edison, now.
Right. Yes, we did have to bring it together.
Which makes sense, by the way, because
so.
that's how the film industry started.
Right.
It was all the black
Yes.
bar, and all of that.
Of course.
So we know. But so let's go there for a minute.
Okay.
Tell me, I remember the moment. I will remember you came to me. There was a time. There's a lot of changes. I served for 3 or 4 years at the youth film festival, and
Right.
I was judging films for the youth. And I remember John, the founder. He wanted to retire.
John Columbus.
Yeah, John Columbus. And then I remember you came one day to me and said, Duda, they wanted me to be the director. And I remember you were overwhelmed that day. I look at you, I'm like, this is the greatest thing.
Yeah.
You called for this. And
Right.
that was how many years ago?
Quite a few, actually.
Like
that was
7, 8, 10?
No, more.
10, 12?
Yeah. 2013 is when
Oh, my God.
when I was
Okay.
approached. John Columbus was the founder of the Black Mariah
Yes,
Film
yes,
Festival,
correct.
and he had just such a brilliant idea. And when I think back of to what John did to get it started, oh my God!
Yeah, true.
Because
true.
this is we're talking 1981,
Yes.
right? So film
Totally
forums,
pioneer.
total pioneer. I mean, he had film submissions in Super 8, in Regular 8, in 16.
Yeah,
Unbelievable. Video, all these different video forms. And he would have to go. I still could see him with these big bags full of films, films and film cans and videotapes and everything. And he would, not like what we can do now. Now, I curate a program now, and it's all done digitally. And I can just, curate a program that's almost like editing a feature film.
Right,
It's
right.
totally different
Yeah.
than when John started. And he would have to put a video in and then people would watch it, and then he'd have to switch over to 16 millimeter, So it was really challenging for him.
Yeah, sure.
And God bless him, because he, we are now, as you know, in our 44th year.
Wow.
Which is kind of like,
That's amazing.
You're here. Thank you, John.
Yes.
I know. Thank you, Thomas Edison.
That's amazing.
Right? Yeah.
Wow.
44. Next year's our anniversary, 45th anniversary.
And
There's-
you guys just went next level recently, right?
Yes.
I remember, before you say what's happened, I remember when I was part of the judging team for the youth. We used to go to this retreat for 3 days. But now it's like complete different level. You got to go to a retreat for 2 months.
Exactly. That's
So
true.
tell me what happened, and it completely blew up out of
Okay.
proportion.
Well,
like
it is kind of a really big
10x.
deal.
Now we're 10x.
So, what happened is that we decided to apply to the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, the Oscars, to become a qualifying festival. And it's a hard road. I mean, it's not just, you don't just snap your fingers and then, this is happening. The Academy has a really extensive process for applying, and you have to prove that you have had work in your festival that's already been seen, had Oscar nominated and winning films before. So I had to do a whole history project, go back in time, see which films that had been within the festival over different decades, what kinds of films,
Wow.
animation, documentary, experimental, narrative, films. I had to present all of this to the Academy. There was a really long process of applying. And I worked on that with my really good friend and colleague, Steve Gorlick, who just retired recently, but he was the executive director of the New Jersey Motion Picture and Television Commission, which is an amazing organization. All of these film studios that are like right nearby here and all over New Jersey have the commission to thank because they work with these film companies all the time. So Steve Gorlick was, the director of that. He and I worked together to complete our, application. And lo and behold, a year ago, almost to the day, it was last October, we got the notification that we had been chosen. So, big deal. And, we were able to, let people know about this and so on. And right now, we're busy watching almost 1,000 films.
Wow.
Which is 950 to be exact. So I'm not going to exaggerate. 950 films this year, submissions, and we are little by little working through them, and it's just did blow up. Yeah. Wow. I never expected that much. And here we are. So, it's pretty exciting. Wow. Exhausting, but it's exciting. Yeah.
This is next level.
Next level, whatever.
So now talking about this, let's talk. Today is JC Map.
Yeah.
And we have an incredible program starting around right after here 6:30 at 9:02. The idea of the Liber Art District is
really great.
Is really create experiences, bringing art, great food and drinks and creating an environment where people can, break bread together by using many ways and forms of art. So we are going to have an incredible selection of films that you're going to talk about in a minute. Then we have a live concert with Jacob. He was here right before you.
Oh, great.
And there will be DJ music and all the stuff. But let's take a moment and talk about, you and I talked about, I was telling you the intention of the Liber Art District. And I know you curated a show that is bringing highlights and animation, dance, fine art. Tell us a little bit about what we're going to see.
Well, I thought, when you and I first talked about it, this is a very special weekend, right? Jersey City Art Studio tours throughout Jersey City. And there are all different kinds of artists participating, right? From painting to sculpture to performance to poetry and all of these things. So when you asked me to put together a film program, it really felt right to me to highlight different kinds of approaches to art making. So, we have animation in this program, experimental work in this program, documentary also, and really personal stories as well. And they're all beautifully made, and just like, they all, how should I say, really celebrate the beauty of art making. All of these films have something to celebrate fine art in all of its, shape-shifting ways. One of them, a sneak peek. Okay, I won't talk about all. I'll tell about one of the films that I chose. Just one. It's called A is for Ant. It won the Jury Stellar Award for experimental film, and it was made by an English photographer, actually. It's his first film. And it is just so quirky. It touches, it's perfect for 5-year-olds and 50-year-olds and 90-year-olds. Anybody will find something just beautiful and quirky and fun in this film. And just interesting, fun fact, the woman he collaborated with to do the art direction for his film won the Academy Award for art direction for Poor Things. If you happen to see
Oh,
that
yes,
film,
yes,
which was
yes.
one of the most fabulous films, commercial
Yes,
art
yes,
films
yes, yes.
within the last couple years.
Correct.
And if you remember the art direction in that film, it was absolutely incredible. So this woman, Shona Heath, worked with Jack Davison
must be
to make this
amazing
film.
then.
It is a super fun film. That's the sneak peek. That's the sneak peek, I'll tell you.
You know, talking about that, I don't know. I was thinking about that, but I also recently, not that recent, but recently, one of my favorite film directors passed, David Lynch.
Oh.
And interesting about him, he was a painter. He wanted to be a painter, but he ended up making film. I mean, he kept doing artwork all his
Did
life.
art his whole life.
But he became really famous as a film director.
Oh, of course.
So, but it's so interesting because I knew something really deep was always in his films. I always love his films. Then I started really like studying, doing research. I'm like, this guy was really a fine artist and ended up doing films.
He
So
was
there's
brilliant.
hope for people like me
I
then.
know.
Because I started directing documentaries later on.
What a loss, David Lynch.
Yeah.
Interesting that you would bring him up because part of my teaching practice at New Jersey City University for my advanced media students, I always, every year we would choose a few really unique artists who were multimedia artists in a way. They wouldn't just be buttonholed into one thing, but an artist that was maybe working in film, maybe doing sculpture, maybe writing, maybe a poet or whatever. And one year, my group of students chose David Lynch as their, they had to do deep research on the person.
Of course.
And I mean, there's some beautiful films, short little animated films that he made too.
Yeah.
With his drawings that you can watch online. And then his other project that I loved, oh my God, he traveled across the country just randomly with a small crew, and they would go somewhere and just find a person who interested them, and then they would just do a film portrait. And it was just like a journey of finding people to...
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh, Duda.
I
This
haven't
is
seen
David
that
Lynch.
one about him.
Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Interesting you should mention him.
Yeah,
I
the
love
tremendous,
David Lynch. Yeah.
I guess, fine art approach to film.
Yes, and what an inspiration.
Looking, I guess, how you construct a painting.
I know. Yeah.
Because I always tell, you embrace the happy accidents, or maybe the process is not that clear, but it leads you to the next thing.
Mm-hmm.
So when I'm creating, I love documentaries. I always use this. I always love to make jokes, right? Because jokes, you have in life, you can cry or laugh. Crying, you cry because life is crazy and tough sometimes, but laughing is a choice that you make.
Laughing is a good thing.
Joking is a good thing.
Crying is okay too. It's
Yeah,
cathartic.
of course, I
but
agree.
if we don't laugh, we're really in trouble.
Yeah, I agree. The crying, I mean, real art comes from, I don't know if you agree, from the painful
Pain.
process
Yeah, I
that
know.
strips you,
Yeah.
but the laughing is the part and you're pushing things to,
Mm-hmm.
I guess, some other possibilities. But I always thought that, creating art was always, for me, documentaries, I always make that joke. I love documentaries because it's better than science fiction. You cannot write that stuff.
Right.
People do crazy
Yes.
stuff.
It's
When you
so
think
true.
about what people do, I'm like, what?
I
Did they
know.
do this?
Really?
People cannot write that stuff. Our
No.
minds cannot go there, but
Exactly.
people do crazy stuff.
yeah.
So I'm always like looking for the story. What's the next crazy thing that people do?
Sure.
And there's never ending. There's always,
And it's always unique, and there's always something new to learn.
Yeah.
But, I actually, Duda, one of your films I thought was maybe one of the best films that we had received at the Thomas Edison Film Festival during COVID. I mean, COVID was a very challenging time for, for performing artists in particular, right? Musicians and
Yeah.
dancers, and what do they do? But also filmmakers, and but when sometimes when things happen in the real world, politically or in terms of something like COVID, which was a medical pandemic, an emergency that took place. We got a lot of people, were inspired, and they were making a lot of films about COVID. And then, after a while, like, ugh.
I got another one.
Yeah, another one.
What else you have to say, right?
I was like, oh my God, not another one, right? But your film, I still remember it today, and it was so fabulous because you combined people coming together and marching. I mean, I'm telling you about your film, why I loved it, right? And you combined that with these amazing, just like places that were now empty. So what you combined was the empty and the sort of eerie with the full, of people. So and what you did was your film was timeless because of that. Whereas so many were like just locked in the same, same routine. But yours was not. How about if you talk to us about that film for a minute? I'm going to now interview you about the COVID film that you made, which is really not just a COVID. It was such a great film.
Yeah, I think when you want to direct something, you need to find the story first. And I think when you find the story, you're gonna find a unique angle to the story. So to me, it's like I'm having dinner with my friend Louis, who's the photographer, and then he tells me, I've been I'm like, what's going on with you? It's like you work for one of the top newspapers. Like, I've been shooting New York empty. And immediately I was like, what? And in my mind, I was like, New York is never empty. There's people always somewhere. Mm-hmm. So it's like, you have stuff to show me. And it's like, I have all the archives. And then he started showing me all the stuff, photos. And I'm like, photos not enough. It's like, and then he goes, I've been filming myself. So I go, really? Show me. And he was making these confessions about he wanted things to be all right, but the fact he had to go out there and film and see the city empty, he knew something wasn't all right. And nobody knew when we were going to go back to normalcy. So, but what I love, what I tell people when I'm talking to new students, I'm like, I think a documentary needs to talk about something incredible, fantastic, something that is unique, but also needs a unique story, a very personal story. It needs both, and right? You can talk about a global thing, but it needs that personal story.
Without a doubt.
And the way he was describing, we didn't know he was crying, he wants to laugh. There's this agony and there's this chase of hope. And then what happens? People start marching in the city again. So you're right about that. Now the city is occupied again.
Exactly.
And I'm like, wow, this is just incredible. So all I did, I collect everything. I said with 2 editors, and I'm like, let's look through everything and look again and cut and cut and cut. And in the end, it's like a 7-minute movie who says so much.
Yeah.
It's like the one brush stroke in the canvas. Then it says all we need is to say that
the
film.
Great thing about it also is that it wasn't buttonholed. And you're right. The photographer you worked with also, his work was magnificent.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Absolutely.
And I'm trying to explore agony, beauty, but he's a great photographer.
Fantastic.
So that was also exploring the artist.
Right.
The artist within and and also the person with him that was struggling with the reality of what the world was at.
Right. So we're coming full circle now in our conversation, aren't we? Because we're talking about the importance of artists who interpret life and who connect with personal story that then can become a universal story, and how the different media all work together. I think we have just come full circle in our conversation.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
I love it.
Yes. And
Love it.
And to end, look, I'm gonna give you a gift.
What?
You're gonna have two, okay?
Oh my God.
You know, this is it. I'm gonna give you one can of the Liber Art District. We releasing tonight. The Liber Art District is what we now designing the website. We are already a nonprofit. We are a community who wants to provide experiences to enhance the human experience. So I appreciate it. And to me, when I was thinking about who to bring, I'm like, I'm gonna call Jane. You know, and I'm like, I know she's gonna bring something fantastic. So I wanna give to you.
This was really fun.
Look, one can of
I get.
the Liber
I
Art
can't believe it
District.
that I get an actual award. This is a great award. I would do this without that too, but I love the can.
And I'm gonna give you the can.
I love the can.
For my next documentary. Then I know once you finish your screening today,
Right.
we're gonna just show my
Perfect.
new 10-minute film. It's a short, you know, Black Mara Film Festival.
yeah.
It's important to say is focused on short films,
Yes,
right?
short films.
So you know,
No features.
Sometimes less is more, and it's true in life. But we're gonna show the 10-minute about modern day slavery.
Perfect.
And it's a topic that we need to talk about in these days.
Well,
so
yeah.
you know, it's needed. It's needed for the time we live in. And to me, it's a pleasure that you're gonna be there with me and watch this film with me and get the feedback. And I appreciate.
Well, I think that what's the takeaway, Duda, for you and me? I think that we have to keep our voices alive and heard and appreciate humanity. I think. Right?
Agree.
We have to
Agree.
keep our voices.
Agree. And know who spoke alone to what we're saying right now? Robert Redford. They're just being playing. That's exactly what he says.
Yeah,
He
really,
says,
yeah.
he says, I mean, it's all over the YouTube now, and
Sure.
I'm glad they putting his stuff out there because a lot of people think the handsome guy, the guy who
Yeah.
did the classics, but he did
So
so
much
much more.
more.
And that speech that he talks about, the hope of what art does, I guess is what we're talking about
That's
here
what
today.
we're talking about. I love talking to you. This was
Hey.
awesome fun.
To be continued.
To be
Hey,
continued.
to be continued, and please join us after 6:30. There'll be food, beer, a great celebration, fantastic films, live music,
And
and
community.
DJ.
And community.
And community, and celebrating each other.
I love it. Okay.
Hasta la vista, baby. We done with the live show today. No more interviews, Educa.
Welcome to
I did like-
Culture Chef.
With Duda Penchado, the Artivist.
We like here in this space, we like to talk about intersections between art, technology, community. It's very much about connecting people to experiences, to the art and the artist.
Hers were my thing. I loved it.
It comes from a place that's deep inside of us, which can't be trained on an AI model right now.
Rolling down the river.
So trying to figure out an aesthetic was something hard for me itself until I found an aesthetic.
This is the culture shift of today.
We live so much less present than physical.
You want to drink
Yeah.
something, Topo Chico,
Yeah, let's do
sparkling water?
Yeah.
Cheers. It's in a nice green bottle, so
This is really good. It's like healthier version of everything else carbonated.
while we were talking, we were able to quickly mint that token.
If someone came and told me, I don't like your style, I don't like your aesthetic, I was okay with it because I loved it.
This is a real culture shift. And to be continued.